Okay, so that's it. Do we have a quorum?
Good morning. We have for today the members of the Vincent Award. Good morning, everyone. We are live stream on the Bureau of the Treasury's YouTube account. Today is the pre-bidding conference for the procurement of enterprise identity security and protection solution for the Bureau of the Treasury. The project identification number ITB 16-2026 for the members of the Vincent Awards Committee, they have the following. Ms. Cynthia Albin as member, Attorney Corina de Laguna as member, Ms. Mirna de la Cruz as member, Ms. Celestina Villalobos also as member. We have also Attorney Dennis Magdalal as our Vice Chairperson and Deputy Director Eduardo Marin as chairperson. So we have a quorum. For the members of the technical working group headed by Attorney Tyrone Lizardo, with Mr. John Mark Delisay, Mr. Rafi Edwin, Interven Mejera, and Mr. Vita Augusto. For the end user representative, we have from MISSS3D. For the provisional member, Mr. Wilfredo Viato, Director of Enterprise. And for the technical assistants and representatives of the end user, we have Mr. Constantine Banaal, Mr. Mauro de Jesus, and Mr. Kyle Cadasas. For the secretariat, headed by myself, Mr. Clarence Bunan, Angel Valencia, Jimenez de Jesus, Baba Abo, Joyce Benos, and Serene. We have sent out Mr. Chair notices to 3 observers. One for Research Center for Social Sciences and Education, one for Philippine Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and one from our supervising auditor, Eleanor Heaven, comments from Commission on Audit, but lately not sent any question. So we have a forum, Mr. Chair.
Sige, so according to please let us know the project and the big packages.
Okay, again, our project is the procurement of enterprise identity security and protection solution for the Bureau of the Treasury. This is a new project for the BPRN. We have with us Ms. Marilu Nape from Crossroads. Good morning, ma'am. So if this is your first time joining the Bureau of the Treasury. Yes. Okay, so let's proceed, sir, with the discussion on the bidding documents. So for the invitation to bid, so this is a project with continuing appropriation with an ABC of 7,500,000 for the procurement of enterprise identity security and protection solution for the Bureau of Pension. ITB 16-2026. Fees received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically deducted at the bid. So the BTR now invites bids for the project and to be delivered within 90 calendar days upon receipt of notice to proceed. Bidders should have completed at least within 5 years. The submission of receipt of bids contract similar to the project. So the description of the project will be discussed on the latter part of. The bidding will be conducted in competitive bidding procedures using a non-discretionary pass rate per million. Ms. Marin, if you have any questions, tatapusin ko ng bola. Thank you. The bidding is restricted to Filipino citizens. And a complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders. This is started last July 27. And upon payment of the bidding documents fee pursuant to the latest guidance issued by the BPTV in the amount of 10,000 pesos. And kung nakabayad na po kayo nito on site, then you may submit. So it may also be downloaded free of charge from the website of the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System and the website of the procurement. Were you able to get the bidding documents? Yes, thank you. So today is our bidding documents, and sorry, today is our credit conference and you have until August 17, 2026 at 8 a.m. That's the deadline for submission. Kung saan ka mag-click kanina nag-register dun sa lobby, dun po yung submission sheet. All this is the company benefits secretly in any of the acceptable forms in the stated. Okay, so the deadline for submission is 8 a.m. and this opening was commenced on the same day at night. And again, the procurement activities of the BPR is now live streamed at the YouTube account of the government. The BDR Bank reserves the right to reject any all bids if they are failure bidding or not award a contract at any time prior to contract award in accordance with section 70 of RA 12009 without incurring any liability to the affected bidder or bidders. So for our schedule of activities, so you have until August 6, Tuesday. We have until August 6 on Thursday to make written clarifications and email into the Bank and Treasury Department. And after which, kung nakita po ng committee na may declaration ng mga questions and requests for change, it will be inquired into a supplemental bid bulletin which will be issued on August 10, 2026, 8 to 5. You may get a copy here or it will mail to you or look at the media website. Then submission, again, reminder for the submission and receipt of bids on or before August 17 at 8 a.m. Let's receive to Direction of Supervisor B data sheets. Okay, so this is just a reiteration. So the project title is Procurement of Enterprise Identity Security and Protection Solution for the Bureau of the Treasury. Funding source is continuing appropriations in the amount of 7,500,000 pesos. The bidders, SLCC, similar to the contract to bid, should have been completed within 5 years. So within 2021 to 2026 prior to the deadline for the submission of the secret bids. Meron naman po ba kayo? The description again of the similar contract refers to IT security bid. The subcontracting is not allowed. Is it okay with you? Yes. So the comparing entity's address is written below. Then you're going to use the seating to find. So for the first bid envelope, which is a technical envelope, shall contain the following technical documents. So, ito po yung laman ng technical envelope and field jobs, certificate of registration, platinum envelope. Statement of singular discontinued statement of ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started, if any, whether similar or not similar in nature. So, comes a statement of singular discontinued contract. Isa lang siya, at least 50% of the ABC to be paid, and it should be backed up by verifiable proof. Notice of award, contract, or there's one of them relative sa project. Well, dito po sa letter C, statement of ongoing government private contracts, whether similar or not similar, completed or not, pinilist lang niya po lahat. And dapat may 4% ng value ng outstanding contracts. Kasi doon mag-reflect sa next requirement sa NFCC. Okay, if NFCC, the bidder shall submit together with the bid the latest audited financial statements submitted. If hindi pwede sa same gamitin, pwedeng line of credit. Committed line of credit must be equal to at least 10% of the kasi kailangan ng LTS kasi nakikita din ito ang dinamit assets, current assets, and current liabilities. Next, check applicable only kung meron kang joint venture agreement or in the absence of a JVP, within of their statement or potential change parties, stating that they will enter into an private provisions. Bid security in the prescribed form and amount in accordance with IPP process. Which is, amen. Omnibus or statement for corporation shall attach the sign including of their sworn affidavit of security and beneficial. Are you familiar with this? Next, conformity with section 6, schedule of requirements, and conformity with section 7, technical. For the additional requirements, so ito po yung mga requirements ng section 7 additional. So this must be submitted together with the bidding document, sorry, the technical submission. So this will be discussed later by the. Next, the second bid envelope is the financial bid envelope shall contain the following financial. Bid form, which includes the bid price schedule, in accordance with ITB cost. Let's proceed with bid security 16.1. It shall be in the form of a notarized bid security declaration or any of the following forms. Amount of not less than 150,000 and 2% receipt if bid security is in cash, cashier's check or manager's check. The amount of not less than 375,000, 5% of EBC. If bid security is in bank transparently and the local letter expiring assured. The bid security shall be valid until December 5th, 2096 or 100. The bidder, please take note of IQB clause 18. Bidder shall submit one original and copy one of the technical financial envelopes. So for seal and marking bids, refer to annex. Let's proceed. Dali lang sir, papakita ko yung sealing.
Are we
Yes, sir. Sa IT class na siya, kaya it's mandatory that they submit one original and one copy. And financial component. Okay, for the illustration for the sealing and marking bids, so yan pa yung mother envelope yung bid niya with the correct sealing and marking. And then technical component, yung mga sinabi natin lahat kanina, first envelope. Second envelope, the financial component in one envelope. Papasok mo siya lang sa mother. So, lagay niyo lang ng one original and copy one. So that means the two copies. Let's go back to ITB clause 19. The address for the submission of bids is at the Bureau of Treasury Bank or lobby area. So doon po may mga bid box doon yung maglalaro. Please ensure na hindi po kayo late. You will submit a day before. Then the bid opening is dito po sa third floor. Let's proceed to section 6. So ito po yung magiging part na siya ng submission. Section 6 schedule of requirements. So you will just put your conformity here for the procurement of enterprise identity security and protection solution for the Bureau of Treasury to be delivered within 90 calendar days from receipt of notice to proceed. So upon signing here sa portion sa baba, statement of compliance. Next, section 7. Yan po, this will be discussed later. So you will write your either statement of compliance and after offer to comply. Returning offer nyo in reference na references sa inyong submission. Before I turn it over to the end user group, I proceed with the forms. So this is the bid form. Ito po yung laman ng second envelope. Please be careful of the project identification number. So signed by the authorized representative. Ang kanyang supporting documents is the price schedule per goods offered from the Philippines, in the Philippines or from abroad. Yun lang po yung laman ng financial. Next example po ng contract. So this will be for the witness. For the omnibus loan statement, ito na po yun. Yung bagong omnibus loan statement with the provision of beneficial ownership. Which is a clause 7. So, select one, delete the rest kung saan po applicable sa inyo. Then sign and duly notarized. And a format of bid security declaration. As form of bid security And for the beneficial ownership affidavit, in case they're a corporation, we have also attached a copy or a template for the use. And format for the template for the statement of single largest completed contract, I think we mentioned to. Isa lang to equal to at least 50% of the ABC, it should be backed up by verifiable documents. While for the SLCC, sorry, ongoing and awarded but not yet started, list down to with the total value outstanding. And for the NFCC, ito pong format natin gagawin. Dapat indicated yung business name, business address, and the EBC. So use this format, I think the current assets minus current liabilities multiplied by the K50 multiplier assigned by GP minus the value of standing contracts to be verified with your outstanding, lumaba, kay ongoing form. So as I turn over the discussion to the end user for the section 7.
Victoria, I just want to remind you is that we must have if you see or they sent the copies of the if you want this edition and you can just activate it even Sunday if like to see here. With the figures. So we have this book out. Okay.
I think Mr. Chair, we will request that, usually. We're glad to discuss the technical specifications.
Go ahead.
Technical specifications, project title, procurement of enterprise identity security and protection solution for the unit pressure. The project description. The project calls for the acquisition of an enterprise identity security and protection solution for the unit pressure to address the increasing complexity in managing user access across its critical financial systems. As the number of users and applications continues to grow, existing access controls have become fragmented and difficult to administer. The solution will provide a centralized platform for managing user identities, authentications, and access rights, thereby enhancing security, streamlining access provisioning, and ensuring compliance with government regulations and data protection standards. Agency budget for the contract, ABC, 7,500,000. Note inclusive of 12% VAT, escalation, delivery costs, and all other charges. Project duration, delivery, commission, installation, and acceptance. Must complete the project within 90 calendar days from the receipt of the notice to proceed. Technical requirements. Part 1, technical specifications. Minimum specifications. 1-year subscription with 50 licenses. Must have the following features: architecture and integration requirements. The solution must be able to operate and protect IT assets in an air-gapped internet-less environment, in addition to a typical corporate network environment that has smooth internet connectivity. The solution should support agentless application protection by enforcing security controls to process authentication requests. The solution should support proxy-less deployment and intercept authentication requests to enforce protection. The solution should provide a non-intrusive integration approach that enables security protection for existing applications while preserving their current authentication flows and without requiring application source code changes. The solution must be able to integrate with existing Active Directory. The solution should be able to integrate directly with other identifiers that potentially could be required in the future. The integration with AD must be through a native integration with AD domain controllers thesis and that runs as a service. The integration must work seamlessly and not interfere with existing controls implemented at ADDC including but not limited to password policies, group policy objects, etc., and allow for self-existing controls to be applied as the primary. Not alter or change configurations of ADDCs, including but not limited to no schema changes, no changes to the underlying operating system, etc. Password hashes must not be synchronized outside the Active Directory domain controller. The solution must support a fail-open mechanism wherein authentication requests may fall back to the existing authentication process in the event of a solution failure to minimize service disruption. The solution must also support configurable and selective fail-close controls for specified network segments or resources. Such controls shall be configurable based on defined criteria, including source, destination, protocol, and IP address. The solution must ensure policy decision from PDP, processing on infrastructure, separate from the Active Directory domain control instance to isolate failure domains and minimize the impact on the resource utilization, performance, stability, and reliability of the ADCs. The solution must be able to collect signing information from AD. The information is used to enhance risk estimation for protected users to provide a more accurate risk estimation based on user activity. The solution must have APIs and documentation available to help developers integrate further with the solution, including to retrieve set risk information, read, list, and update policies and user tokens and enrollments, set enrollment emails, and so on. The solution must support integration with the existing SIDM systems. The solution must support sending platform notification events being as logged in. Extend MFA to AD environment. The solution shall support industry standard multi-factor authentication MFA methods, including mobile authenticator applications, hardware security keys compliant with the recognized standard DPFIC P2, and time-based one-time password POTP tokens. The solution shall provide option for software-based authentication methods for supported mobile and desktop platform in the case of MFAs not available. The solution shall support authentication to mobile application and desktop-based clients, including supported web tools. The solution shall support configurable MFA prompt messages to provide users with contextual information to help them validate and make informed decisions when approving authentication requests. The solution must be able to enforce MFA to IT resources that are using legacy protocols, such as MPLM, Kerberos, LDAPs, and Radius, and authenticating to Active Directory. The solution shall provide authentication and authorization for non-human identities, such as applications, services, and automated processes. By evaluating multiple contextual attributes, e.g. source, destination, protocol, device identity, or other policy-defined criteria, to define whether an access shall require be permitted or denied. The solution shall enable admins to create granular MFA enforcement policies based on users, groups, OU sources, destinations, Kerberos services, SPX. The solution shall enable admins to create granular policies with an option to include AD machine accounts in the enforcement of said policies in addition to non-AD machine accounts. The solution shall include ability to apply risk-based policies that can enforce preventive actions based on aggregate risk levels, medium, high, or critical risk, or specific risk indicators that are applicable to AD machines accounts, including but not limited to bad checksum or Kerberos, SPN reconnaissance, NTLM V1 authentication, weekly encrypted reply, weekly encrypted email. The solution shall have the ability to configure MFA frequency to prevent MFA fatigue for users based on sources, destinations, changes in risk levels, time of day or week. The solution shall support retrospective authentication validation by sending verification emails to users following an authentication method. The verification email shall enable users to confirm whether the authentication attempt was legitimately performed by them or to report that it was unauthorized. The solution shall have the ability to prevent MFA bombing attacks by preventing excessive MFA requests, i.e. adaptive blocking. The number of denied MFA requests and the specific time frame to the methods to measure the number of denied MFA requests before activating the adaptive blocking must be configurable. Active Directory Service Account Protection. The solution must have the capability to automatically identify service accounts, i.e. accounts used for machine-to-machine interactions, distinguish them from user accounts. The solution shall have provide detailed visibility into identified service accounts at an individual account level, including but not limited to account name, source, destination, communication protocols, behavioral baseline changes, and usage patterns. The solution shall provide automatic identification of service accounts through one or more methods, including attribute-based analysis, dynamic runtime behavioral analysis, and or administrator-defined criteria such as naming conventions, group memberships, and organizational units within the directory information. The solution must be able to automatically categorize services based into those that are used purely for machine-to-machine interactions, hybrid use like use for machine-to-machine interactions, as well as by human for other activities, used by security, deployment, IT operations, and other tools that access a large number of targets from a specific and smaller set of sources, and dormant or unused service accounts. The solution must be able to automatically create individual policies specific to each service account based on information automatically discovered that prevents and or alerts upon the protected service accounts from being used outside of its policy. Each policy each policy shall restrict the use of the specific service account to a set of permitted sources, destinations, and or protocol. Further, the solution must provide options for said policy to only restrict said service account when the high level of said account is above configurable threshold, low, medium, high. The solution must enable the policies and service accounts to be manually created or refined. The solution shall be able to produce reports containing the discovered service accounts and their detailed information, such as name, sources, destination, baseline behavioral changes, and usage volumes. The solution shall support the protection of multiple service accounts through a centralized policy that continuously monitors the service account's interaction patterns, including source, destination, and protocol. The solution shall establish a configurable behavioral baseline and automatically enforce predefined protection actions whenever a monitored service account deviates from its established baseline. The solution shall highlight service accounts that have been used for interactive login, have been broadly used, i.e. behaving like shared accounts, are highly privileged, are domain admins, and are suspected to have been used in brute force attacks. Identity security closure management. The solution shall provide insights into the protected environment consisting of a summary of statistics and risk, facilitating a deeper understanding of the identity security falsehood. The insights shall be displayed in a dashboard to maximize user experience for admins and or provided the SOC through the SIEM integration. The information shall include total numbers and recent changes, deltas on the following: admins with SPN, domain admins, lock accounts, lock after password change, password never expires, privileged users, shadow admins, shared accounts, stale users, suspected SMB enumeration, unconstrained delegation, and users with all password. The Insight dashboard shall include the following information to provide an overview of the services and devices in a protected environment: the number of devices with all operating system, the number of shared devices, the number of stable devices, and number of services using big encryption. The solution shall provide an insight dashboard that display risk and authentication statistics, providing a comprehensive overview of the security posture of the protected environment. Part 2, Windows compliance. Statement of Windows existence and purpose. The bidder must submit a certification issued by the manufacturer or its authorized distributor stating that the bidder is authorized to bid, sell, install, support, and maintain the products being offered. The certification shall expressly state that the manufacturer or its authorized distributor shall extend direct technical support to the end user for the product offered throughout the duration of the contract. If the certification is issued by an authorized distributor, the bidder shall likewise submit a certification from the manufacturer acknowledging the distributor as partner of the product being offered. The bidder must be operating in the Philippines for the past 5 years as an IT company. Must submit the following: notarized certificate of business operation certifying that it has continuously operated as an IT company for the past 5 years, documentary evidence of its business operation as an IT company, such as SEC, DTI's registration, company profile, or client certifications. The bidder must have at least one certified expert for the product being offered and must submit a copy of the corresponding certification. The bidder must have completed the single largest contract similar to the project to be bid, equivalent to at least 50% of the ABC within the last 5 years. The similar contracts are related to IT security deployment. Joint venture is not allowed. All certifications must be submitted along with bid documents. Part 3, other conditions and requirements. Project planning, implementation, and services. Within 10 calendar days after NTP issuance, the winning bidder shall be required to perform the following: organize project briefing, kick-off meeting, and submission of exception report for approval before the implementation. Within 90 calendar days after NTP issuance, the winning bidder shall be required to perform the following: supply, installation, and configuration of enterprise identity security and protection solution. Conduct performance validation test. Training. Must provide on-site training for 5 technical personnel from System Administration Division, SAD, of Management Information System Service, MISS, on the proper administration and configuration of the identity security and protection solution. Training shall be conducted within 90 days after the issuance of notice to proceed. Service acceptance. A certificate of completion shall be issued provided that the following conditions are met. Turnover of all applicable software licenses, installation media, and other deliverables, together with delivery receipts indicating the corresponding items delivered and the respective cost. Successful completion and acceptance of the user acceptance testing, UAT. Submission of complete as-built documentation, including the final solution, architecture, and configuration diagram. Submission of training certificates for the SAD personnel as evidence of the successful completion of the required training. Submission of applicable warranty, license, subscription certificate, or equivalent principal issued documents showing the entitlement, validity, and support coverage of the supplied solution for a period of 1 year from the date of issuance of the certificate of acceptance and satisfactory performance by the state. Warranty and support. The service provider shall provide the following. Provide a 1 year product warranty that includes technical support, product configuration, assistance, issue escalation, bug reporting, and resolution support through phone, email, and remote support. Provide technical support through phone, email, and remote support based on the target SLA. Priority 1, critical, with response time of within 2 hours, target resolution of within 8 hours of provide an acceptable workaround. For priority 2, I, response time of within 4 hours, target resolution of within 2 business days. And priority 3, medium low, with response time of within 8 hours, target resolution of within 5 business days. Support must be available 8 hours by 5 days a week, excluding holidays. In case of critical incident, must provide support outside business hours, including weekends and holidays. Provide access to the knowledge-based portal, including technical documentation, product manuals, knowledge articles, release notes, security advisories, and software updates, including the support port. Provide proactive advisories, security vulnerabilities, software updates, patches, product enhancements, feature releases, and end of support announcement and recommendation for capability improvements. Mode of payment. One-time payment of the contract shall be made upon completion of service acceptance requirements, as indicated in Section 3, and upon issuance of the certificate of completion. Other conditions. All deliveries must be delivered to the Property and Supply Management Division, SMD, under the following conditions. Proper coordination of the vendor with the Systems Administration Division, SMD, prior to the delivery. No delivery shall be accommodated without the presence of detailed delivery receipts with identify the quantity, the name of the equipment unit, serial numbers, and cost breakdown. Delivery receipts and invoices must be acknowledged and forwarded to the PSNB. Non-graft clause. The winning bidder warrants that it has not given nor promised to give any money or gifts to any officers or employees of the media, or any member of the Bids and Awards Committee, Back Secretariat, or TWG, if I'm to secure this contract. That's it.
Okay. Any other comments?
So far,
Okay. So I think, but just like the specific dates that we need. So always in that, please keep in mind that those specific dates, that you deadline for your verification. If there are any, and date of submission, that is quite early, I don't know, the 17th. So I think our extension would be included the bid for a bid for yes. And with that, I think that the rest of it is good.
thank you, Ms.
When she's not willing, not gonna be on the travel.
Yung ano po, bilhin na design, ganyan dalawang router.
Are they here? Sila yung hindi makikita dun sa meeting, right?
Oo, yung silang dalawang may isang ano.
Sila.
Sila pa. Oo. Sir, ano, break na, sir.
So I always thought it's about time to start. And let's how many ba sila?
Galing yan yung dalawang.
Submit, pero are they here?
Okay.
we received recent resolutions to the bidders, but expected bidders at the project is. Step up. But please proceed.
Okay, so good morning and welcome back to One Bimbo and Welcome and welcome to joiners guest lecture on. Okay, so we are resuming our live streaming to the YouTube account of Zero of the Precious. So this is our second Bible. And Mr. Vice Chair, if I make an opinion, this is just a continuation of the previous establishment of the law. So before we proceed, Mr. Vice Chair, I will grant bidders attendance. So we have Mr. Ron Christopher Morales from Questec, sir. Wala ka last time na. Let's begin. Then we have Mr. From 1D vote, Mr. John Paulo Maribig Devano. Morning po. Morning, and it's Jenny. Morning. And from Monday po, we have Mr. Anthony. There you go. Hi, sir.
Morning.
What's this? Kasi Antonio, tama ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Ms. Gladys, yes, Ms. Gladys. Morning. Morning. Okay. So, since we have our new player, so let's proceed. You're just run down the salient points of the building documents kung saan kayo nag-pay last time. But we'll go over the entire instructions later. So again, for the invitation to bid, this is the project of the Bureau of Treasury will be 2026 current appropriation, the amount of 2,906,716 being the EPC for the project, supply, delivery, and installation and configuration of privileged access management or the Bureau of the Treasury. So this is the review. With public identification number ITB 17-2026-3. This received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically directed. So, again, if you have any questions, kindly reserve them at the latter part. We'll just finish with the discussion on the specifications and the bidding documents. So we'll proceed with answering your questions. Thank you. Now, the BTR invites bids for the project to be delivered within 90 calendar days from receipt of notice to proceed. Bidders should have completed within 5 years from the date of submission and receipt of bids contracts similar to the project. The description of the similar project will be discussed on the bid English. Bidding will be conducted through a competitive bidding procedures using non-discretionary cost paid per year as specified in the IRR of RA 1209. Complete set of bidding documents may be acquired or it's available last July 27th on the BBR website, the Pinterest, and our social media account. So upon payment of the bidding documents fee pursuant to the latest guidelines in GPPB in the amount of 5,000 pesos. So going to only pay this fee, and which in this case, wait mo yung kay document kay 1 dito, as the bid data back. And if you want to join, sir, from Castle, would you pay this amount? You may submit the technical and financial component read on August 7th. So today is our bidding conference, and bids must be duly received by the Bids and Awards Committee Secretary through manual submission at the Bureau of the Treasury around floor lobby area. So kung saan po kayo nag-wait kanina, nag-attendance, may bid box po doon on August 17th for you to drop your bids at the. So our deadline is 9 a.m. Late bid shall not be accepted. All bids as the accompanied by bid security in any of the acceptable forms and in the amount stated in Article Clause 16.1. Again, our bid opening will be on the same day. The deadline is 9 a.m. and our bid opening will be at 10 here at the Legazpi Conference Room of the building. So again, The procurement activities of the Bureau of the Treasury is now live streamed on our YouTube account. They may ask your colleagues if they have questions or want to join or want they may access this link. The BTR Bank reserves the right to reject any and all bids, declare a failure of bidding, or not to award a contract at any time prior to contract award in accordance with the section 70 of RA 1200 without incurring any liability to the affected bidder or party. So if you have any questions to ask for further information, you may contact the bids in our secretariat at the following email and contact numbers. So for the schedule of activities, so after the credit, should you have any clarifications, you may submit a written clarification on or before August 6th through email only. The official email of the bank is at bank@treasury.gov.ph. And all the changes will be reflected in it on a bid bulletin that will be issued on August 10th, 2026. So again, reminder, August 17th, deadline for submission 9 p.m. and opening will commence at the same day at 10. Okay, so for the bid leadership, again, so for IPP plus 1.1, supply, delivery, installation, and configuration of privileged access management system for the BER with project identification number IPP7. Okay, so the SLCC 5.4, similar to the contract to be bid, should have been completed within 5 years, within 2021 to 2026, prior to the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. So for this purpose, contracts similar to the project should refer to supply and installation of privileged access management or identity access management or cybersecurity and IT security integration plan. Napakalaki na ng definition ng scope. Siguro lang papasok na lahat ng projects. Sir, do you have similar? Yes. Okay. So subcontracting is not allowed. And for 10.1, this is the instruction for the ceiling parking of this. So for the first envelope, yung technical envelope, ito yung laman niya lahat para wala na pong maligaw sa inyo. Remind ko mo again, natatawa sa ising money, pensigaw mo. Okay, first, PhilTech's registration certificate platinum membership. Kung kaya nyo i-attach yung annex list nito, i-attach nyo na. Next, statement of saying the largest completed contract with supporting documents. Next, statement of ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started. So ito po, anything under the sun, right? Similar or not similar. And kailangan namin ng total value of outstanding contract. Next, for NSCC computation, it should be submitted together with the latest audited financial statement submitted to or acknowledged by DIR. When kasi makikita yung current assets and liabilities sa January, together with the total value of outstanding contracts. If hindi pa nagsisend or gamitin mo yung name of use, the committed line of credit, it must be at least equal to 10% of the ABC to be used. Next, if applicable, are the access of the JDA. Duly notarized statements from all potential JV partners stating that they will enter into and abide by the provisions of the JV if the bid is successful. Bid security in the prescribed form and amounts, omnibus law statement, and for corporation, bidder shall attach the signed and duly notarized from affidavit of eligibility and official conviction. Next, una, halagay na siya, section 6, conformity with schedule of requirements. Then section 7, conformity with technical specifications. So these are the following additional requirements to the section 7 to be submitted together with the bid and will be discussed. The second envelope for the financial component envelope shall contain the following bid formula and price schedule. So we will refer you to Annex 3 for this. And then again, the ABS is 2,966,760. For 16.1, the bid security shall be in the form of an authorized bid securing declaration and payment of the following forms. The amount not less than 59,305 pesos, 20 centavos, expenditures at the EPC, the securities in cash, unreduced check, or cash. Amount of not less than 148,308 pesos, 5% of the EPC, if the securities in the bank draft guarantee, irrevocable letter of credit, or restricted funds. The security shall be valid until December 15, 2026, or equal to 125 days. So, again, for section 18, reader shall submit one original and one copy of technical and financial envelope. For sealing and marking of bids, refer to annex. Okay. So, yan na po yung sealing and marking. So, in a mother envelope, nandun po sa loob, yan yung seal niya sa labas. So, inside is one technical, one financial, original. And one technical, one financial, copy one. And then, envelope in one, mother envelope na ito yung seal. So, we'll be expecting 2 sets of technical and financial. Again, address for the submission of bids is the lobby, Florida. Opening of bids is the first. So let's proceed to for section 6. Section 6, schedule of requirements, kasama po ito sa attached sa bill. As your conformity, with a fixed signature here in the bottom part of the document. Then for section 7, we will put review signifier compliance here and the actual offer and benefits. And last part, then affix your signature of the authorized representative. Not okay. For the forms, first is the bid form. So this is part of the financial envelope. Please be careful the project identification number. Signed by the signed by the authorized representative. Ang kanyang attachment ay price schedule for those offered within the Philippines or Luxembourg. Next, template for contract for the video. Next, omnibus term statement. This is a new provision with number 7 on provision for the beneficial ownership. We will just select what is applicable to the corporation signed in the agreement. Then, also part of the form is the bid security declaration, the form of bid security, kung ito po yung gagawin ko nila. The correct identification number, signed and duly notarized. And sworn affidavit of eligibility and beneficial ownership. The things na sa pages as yeah, yes. New requirement under the RA voucher reception. Signed and duly notarized. Next, statement of single largest completed contract. So one project of this equal to 50% of the EPC with supporting document signed. Then ongoing is awarding but not yet started contracts. So everything under the sun budget. And of course, the net financial contracting capacity. So agent should indicate the business name, business address, and the EPC. Kung gusto niyo po ng word file nito, will send to you. So the bidder must submit a computation of the NFCC based on your test audited financial statement. Using this term. Okay.
So the term for the specs, then just remind there. You will, there is section 6 there, kailangan the audited financial statements, the receipt audited financial statements are engaged there in the submission, whether that is physically stamped receipt by the ISR, or that is email receipt, it's email sent to confirmation receipt, or the ISR basta kailangan po Okay, so he's not sufficient, may reference the boost of field chips, back in the state. With the latest, 40 days. And we are looking for a positive FS dated 2025, yes?
Yes.
So keep that in mind, it will give us 2025 that will not be accepted. The paunahan ko na, pero and he says, tech specs, one of its requirements is the agent scans qualification firms of the company, the IT company. Again, we must demonstrate two things. So number one, that what stays with the field that you specify. Number two, what initiates this doesn't IT totally for that period. So kailangan ko sample one. So, we can just remind that because this is getting big, so that we avoid this this it costs. So with that, may I ask that I'll refer to our end users.
Morning, everyone. Here are
About this.
the technical specification for the project. Titled Supply Delivery, Installation and Configuration of Privilege Access Management System for the Bureau of the Treasury. Project description, the procurement of privilege access management solution aims to secure and control privilege accounts by preventing unauthorized access and credential misuse. This solution will enhance the Bureau's cybersecurity posture, enforce strict access controls, and ensure secure authentication for critical systems and applications. By implementing real-time monitoring, automated password management, and session recording, the Bureau will reduce the risk of privilege abuse, cyber threats, and cyber attacks. This proactive approach will strengthen compliance with security standards, improve operational efficiency, and safeguard the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of sensitive government assets. The basic budget for the contract is 2,966,760 pesos. Project duration, delivery, commission, installation, and acceptance must complete the project within 90 calendar days from the receipt of the notice to proceed. Technical specification. ABC specification. Server and application privilege access management can support up to 30 privilege access users. Secure privilege access to Windows and Linux servers without exposing credentials. Manage and rotate privilege credentials for critical applications and databases. Enable multi-factor authentication for all privileged users. Record and audit privileged user sessions with tamper-proof logs. Block unauthorized commands and risky actions. Social media privilege access management. Secure administrator access to official social media accounts. Enforce multi-user approval workflows before executing sensitive actions. Examples, publishing posts, modifying page rules. Monitor and log access activities to detect unauthorized pages. Allow session blocking for social media administrators and prevent account takeovers. Access control and authentication. Role-based access control with least privilege enforcement. Multi-factor authentication for all privilege access. Secure access without exposing credentials to users. Just-in-time access control for temporary privilege session. Credential and password management. Automatic password rotation and enforcement of strong passwords. Secure voting of privileged credentials with encryption. Rate class access for emergencies with approval workflows. Discovery and management of privileged accounts across environments. Monitoring, auditing, and reporting. Real-time monitoring of privileged sessions with live activity risks. Full session recording and playback for forensics analysis. Automated alerts and reports on suspicious activities. integration with SIEM solutions for centralized security department. Integration and compatibility must support integration with Active Directory, LDAP, and cloud environments. Compatible with their operating system, including Windows Server, Linux, and Unix. Must support API-based integration for applications and security tools. Should allow remote privileged access without the need for VPNs. Security and compliance. Compliance with ISO 27001, NIST, GDPR, or RA 10173, Data Privacy Act, and PCI-DSS. Secure encryption standards for credential storage and session logs. Detailed access audit logs for regulatory reporting. Support and maintenance. 24/7 support and security updates for the duration of the contract. Training and knowledge transfer sessions for system administrators. High availability and disaster recovery capabilities. Deliverables. Fully functional PAM software with a perpetual or subscription-based license. Implementation, configuration, and integration services. Documentation, training, and knowledge transfer. Part 2, bidder compliance. Statement of bidder's existence and expertise. Must submit certification from manufacturer or distributor that the bidder is authorized to bid, sell, support, and maintain the products being offered. If this distributor will certify the bidder, they must submit certification from manufacturer acknowledging the distributor as partner of the product being offered. The bidder must submit certification coming from manufacturer or distributor that they will extend direct technical support to the end user for the products offered. The bidder must be operating in the Philippines for the past 5 years as an IT company. The bidder, its distributor or its manufacturer, must have at least 2 certified experts for privileged access management being offered and must submit training certifications. The bidder must have completed a single largest contract similar to the project in the P2P related to at least 50% of the ACC within the 5 years. Similar projects are those related to supply installation of privileged access management or identity access management. All certifications must be submitted along with bid documents. Joint venture and subcontracting is not allowed. Part 3, other conditions and requirements. Project planning, implementation, and services. Organize project briefing / kick-off meeting and submission of the section report for approval before implementation. Setup of licenses and maintenance of system. Example, regular partners software updates. Training and support. Must provide knowledge transfer for 4 technical personnel from System Administration Division of Management Information System Service on the proper administration, configuration, and maintaining of privileged access management. Training shall be conducted within 90 days after the issuance of notice to proceed. Meaning bidder must submit a certificate of completion as full. Service acceptance. A certificate of completion shall be issued after the testing period, provided that the following conditions are met. And over of all necessary paper licenses, if applicable. Scholars, duly signed delivery receipts with the breakdown of items costs being delivered. Complete user acceptance training. Complete as built documentation and solution diagram. Warranty and support. The supplier shall submit a service level agreement for the following. The bidder shall provide support with which includes bug fixes, upgrade on both new version releases, and maintenance releases. For telephone call, SMS, and or email support, a maximum of 1 hour response time from the time of the receipt of request for support. Support must be available 8 hours by 5 when support. For on-site support, next business day response time in case the phone, email, or virtual remote support could not resolve the problem. Product subscription for 1 year includes SMS, email, remote, and on-site support. Access to knowledge-based portal. Proactive advisories and support on patch/firmware upgrades. Sample bug fixes, security updates, and capability improvements. Biannual preemptive maintenance. Mode of payment. One-time payment of the contract shall be made upon acceptance of supply, delivery, installation of software components, and upon issuance of certificate of completion. Other conditions. Freebies, if any, are existing. The vendor must submit a list specifying the quantity, name, description of all included freebies, marked as freebies. All deliveries including freebies can be delivered to Systems Administration Division under the following condition. Proper coordination of the vendor with the Property and Supply Management Division and SAD prior to the delivery. Non-delivery shall be accommodated without the following. Detailed delivery receipts which identify the quantity, the name of the equipment/unit, including previous, serial numbers, and product. Delivery receipts must be acknowledged by the PSM. Non-graph plus. The winning supplier warrants that it has not given nor promised to give any money or gift to any officers or employee of the BTR or any members of the Bids and Awards Committee, BAC Secretariat, or TWB to secure this contract. That is all.
Okay. Any comments, questions, clarifications? Both the technical specs and the other requirements.
Certainly, from West Tech. And given on the really option. From 1D po.
Okay.
Okay na. Ilang na sir na. Okay. Munggo ko, ma'am. Okay. Okay na siya. So, wala namang magkakakamali. Malinaw. This are clear na sa BDS. Yung mga requirements. So, if you have any questions, sir.
Please take the flash on specific case. So it's not moving to get started. So for the 6, the deadline for clarification is of the email. And 10, we always get 4 supplemental videos. Well, these so out of the supplemental videos that is a requirement that we will post upon the pages. Hindi ko namin tatanggapin yung bilang yes, and okay, with that any necessary requirements. The submission is on the 17th before 9 a.m. So that is early. So we would advise the people that so that we don't happen a lot. Okay. So with that, if there are no other reminders, comments, questions, I'd like to thank everyone for showing their interest again, and hopefully we can we also see you again. Thanks so much. Okay.
Okay, sir, so, uh, we're now assuming our credit conference for the third project. Procurement of cloud storage and hosting services for public applications of the new project is a review. Before we start, Mr. Chair, would like to manifest that this is just a continuation uh, of the procurement activities of the Bureau of the Treasury. The forum was earlier established, and for today's prospective bidders, we have the following. So from usually this will read this as safe. So we have Mr. Wally, Ms. Venus Palermo, and Mark Vincent of Sage Soft Solutions Incorporated. And from Redento Technologies.
Yeah.
Sir. Ito tayo sa suppliers forum, parang hindi na. Hindi yata sa deal ka. Okay, then we have from Cloud Valley. Sir, what's up with you join? Join na. Okay.
Let's just do this.
Okay. And, last from first link, of course, for Randy. Okay, so, we'll proceed. Sir, I'd like to ask, Sir Marlon, nakatin ka ng last na credit, and user from credit.
Yung isang account manager na ka-attend per
And from Sage Software Science, hindi na. Hindi ka, okay. So we proceed with the reading of the entire technical specification.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we'll discuss the bidding documents, the specifications, and we'll give you time in the latter part to ask questions. Okay, so for our project, this is under the current appropriations in the amount of, with an EBC of 2,995,000. The project began with procurement of cloud storage and hosting services for public applications of the new bid with a project identification number of, I think, 18-2026. Which received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected. So for the procurement of cloud storage, delivery of the goods is required within 60 calendar days upon receipt of notice to this. Bidder should have completed within 5 years from the date of submission and receipt of bids upon similar to the project. With the definition of the similar will be discussed a little later. Bidding will be conducted through the competitive bidding procedures using a non-discretionary cost-bearing criteria as specified in the IRR of IHR. So the complete set of bidding documents was already available last July 27th. Was posted on the MTMJEP's ETR website, social media platforms of the Bureau of the Treasury and conspicuous places. So today is our fair bidding conference, and you have until August 17 to submit through manual submission. All bids must be accompanied by bid security in any of the acceptable forms and stated ideally processing. One. The bid opening will be on the 17th of August at 11 a.m. Dito po, 10 a.m. yung deadline na submission dun sa ground level kung saan kayo nag-register. Then dito po yung opening. So, may mga bid box doon for you to drop your bid submission. And again, should you want people to watch or also join the activity, we are now live at the YouTube account of Bureau of the Treasury. The bidder bank reserves the right to reject any of all bids declared a failure of bidding or not award the contract at any time prior to contract award in accordance with section 70 of RA 1200 without incurring any liability to the affected bidder. For our schedule, So today is our briefing conference, and any questions or clarifications, you may email it to the back treasury.gov.ph until August 6. And of the changes po, it will be reflected in the bid bulletin which will be issued on August 10. So it will be posted on the PhilJets, to our website, and will be emailed to the authorized representative. So reminder, submission of bids is on or before August 17 at 10 a.m. And the opening will commence right after 11 here at the hospital. Okay, so for our bid data sheet. Again, so for the procurement of cloud storage and hosting services for public applications of the Bureau, the bidders SOCC similar to the competitive bid should have been completed within 5 years, so within 2021 to 2026 prior to the deadline for the submission of the. For the purpose, contract similar to the project shall refer to cloud infrastructure. So ito yung definition simple largest similar version. So subcontracting is not allowed, and for the sealing and marking of bids for 10.1, the procuring entities address list, the bids and awards community secretary to your manufacturer. So for 12.1, these are the documents comprising the technical and financial or the technical entry. For the technical entry, this shall contain the following documents. PhilJets registration certificate of, PhilJets certificate of registration, platinum membership, statement of single largest completed contract, statement of ongoing, for the SLCC, again, ito po may supporting documents. For statement of ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started, we will just be giving the list with the total value of standing contract. For NFCC computation, if NFCC and gagamitin, the bidder shall submit together with the bid the latest audited financial statements submitted to the BLR. So we need at least acknowledgement receipt or the email for your submission. Next, if committed line of credit, it must at least equal to 10% of GBs. For joint venture, if applicable, or in the absence of a JVA, duly notarized statements from all potential JV partners stating that they will enter into and avoid the provisions of the JVA, the event that the bid is successful. For bid security, the prescribed foreign amount according to IGD process scheme. For omnibus or statement, a corporation, maritime bagong provision na yun, on the beneficial ownership. Next, conformity with section 6 federal requirements, conformity with section 7 particular specification. So may mga additional requirements should be accounted to be submitted together with your bid, will be discussed later by the end. For the second envelope, we have the financial envelope shall contain the following financial documents. Bid form, which shall include the bid price schedule in accordance with the entry requested in Fund 1, and if applicable, to the list. So again, the ABC is 2,895,000. Bids will be valid for 120 calendar days for the. So it shall be valid from August 17 up to December 15, 2020. So for bid security, it shall be the following forms and amount. The amount of not less than 59,950 ABC is 2%. 2% of ABC if bid security is in cash check or managed check. The amount of not less than 114,750 or 5% of the ABC if bid security is in the contract guarantee. Guarantee with the local government credit letter to that, where an authorized bid security.
Or which natin 1.
Yes, sir.
Pero 16.15.
Extend on three. In case of ano kasi yung extension ang different.
So if we expect to validity, then we ask you two sets of documents. During declaration of payment of the fee. Pero kung sa initial, initial submission before 0.7. Okay, then it's up.
Oh.
Okay. So, please proceed.
So for section 18, bidder shall submit original and copy one of the technical and financial aid. So for sealing of marking of fees, the first text. So yan po, that is a boundary envelope containing the details. So we have two envelopes. The technical component and the financial component, original, and another set of that for technical and financial component, copy. All of the four envelopes will be inside the mother envelope. That sealing or with the again, original and copy. Letters for the submitted of bids, the ground floor and Bureau of the Treasury copy of that. In the opening of the it's So let's proceed to section 6, schedule of departments. This will also be one part of the review. So a certain formality, you will fix your signature at the bottom part of the document. So the authorized representative, not the competent. Next, for section 7, technical specifications. So it's your statement of compliance or offer. This statement 5 and the reference. Yeah, next again, so it's a signature. Affects the signature of one person. Before we proceed to this discussion on the technical aspects, we have the bid form. So first, this is the financial bid form. Sign, the authorized representative. With attachment of price schedule for goods offered from within the Philippines or from. Next, contract package with the wing bidder. Next, the omnibus fund statement with the provision of the beneficial. Plus 7, we'll just select one with the best. The one that we will receive. Sign and giving of the rights. The security declaration is a form of security, signed and delivered. So ito po yung sworn affidavit of eligibility and beneficial ownership of the paper. Signed and delivered. So for the SLCC, template, so one project that is equal to 50% of the UCC with supporting documents, which is conducted in the contract versus order. Official receipt, collections receipt, receipt receipt. And for the statement of ongoing and awarded, wala na siyang supporting documents, which is in the list, the total value of staff. And for NSCC, so this is the standard template with the computation of the net financial contracting capacity. Indicate the business name, address, and the ABC. And can hindi yung audited financial statement ninyo pag gagamitin to kasi you will reflect your current assets or FS by submitted for 2025. Sir?
Yes, yung third one, just emphasis. Una, para ma-focus ang Filipino yung audited financial statements that were received by the EIR, if that is manual, dapat sa economics accuracy, if that is with the either submitted facility that has to be usually no kind of wala and It is audited and it has to get to the, anything that's in that, sense, so that does not rely on the representations that it gets the registration as they want. The second is that it is very important na, to submit na lahat. We will see it later, pero ano po sa amin na i-submit ninyo yung full set of your corporation, SEC registration documents natin na yung mga nasa picture because we will need to establish not just your network or existence as a company, but it's out there and see the requirements in terms of the requirement or ID that you have to exist as an ID company for 3 years, then identify the we need to be able to identify that. So, and then of course, yung emphasis lang po sa section 6 as well. Schedule of requirements. So, what you guys see, simple lang po ito, pero maraming nadadali in our experience. So, this is something that you have to submit. So, kung wala po ito, ay simple lang yan. You have to spray, LGF, the location. Hindi papasa sa mission nito. Aside from that, I think if yung mga mahalaga na lang, specifically for sa amin 90 so reasons, the advice. Yeah, and you said, please.
Good morning, everyone. For the technical specification, project title.
I would like to ask since first stage soft, since you're first time joining, have you read the technical specification? This is medyo mahaba ito and parang second time nila. So maybe I would like to manifest if we will defer with the reading of the entire and we will just give you a chance to ask for your contributions. Since kayo po yung sir, we will give the floor and the first opportunity to ask questions. So then,
Before we do that, I'd like to say that play the reading. That is fine. It is isn't it? That's serious. So, in which case, we'll open the floor then for questions. Go ahead.
we'll ask City South.
So we have some several questions in terms of questions, but we'll try to concise them. Direct to the third point. First question would be in terms of the 1 million pages per month, the expected sustained volume or peak capacity in terms of. Yes.
It's like we will then point us to the page.
Sure.
Tama po ba ito? 1.18?
Next conversion solution must support processing of up to 1 million pages monthly.
Yes.
Ano po yung last thing? Yeah, go ahead.
So the question would be, is that, what's the average month scanning volume as of today? Or is it going to extend? Can we get proper estimation as to how much?
For the 1.1 package, sir, actually, so it's already scanned na. So it's already moved into the cloud. So in terms of average, similar in terms of pages, mga 500.
500
No, 500 pages.
500 pages.
So,
And is it okay if I
Please.
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. In terms of the Windows virtual machine we're requesting, 1.1.5, one virtual machine only Windows. We'd like to ask, what is the intended functionality of the Windows? Is there a specific application that should be hosted inside?
It's actually our down, sir.
It's job server because it's like a master process. Then in terms of the storage, it is 1.3.
1.3.
So it says here that you're expected to have it the data residency in the maybe know if we're giving an invite as to if there's no specific reason specifically inside the is it okay if to allow other nearby people for that.
Some specific nearby regions.
We can say it's single port.
Yes. So that would be.
And then another question would be on the 1.1.1 in terms of data growth. Yeah, general purpose storage. We'd like to ask, what is the end of the year target of that storage? Is it the full capacity, is that 7 TB is already in use? Or are we expecting additional volume to be added?
Okay, so it's 70 bits considered trigger group.
So, expected na po na
Yes.
there's a allowance for that says that it's the maximum capacity to rent for the room. Next question would be 1.1 in terms of the SNPT access. Yeah. It says there that it must support multiple storage within one protocols such as REST API, SMP, and FTPS. So in terms of that, I understand that as I've read the conditions and the requirements of the regional offices that should upload data going to the cloud storage, is it required that the regional offices should have a specific credential to access or to upload data going to the cloud? It's a requirement.
Yes.
And is there a specific limit to the data that we're uploading going to the cloud storage?
I think there is one English for that one. But I think we didn't specify the capacity. I think it's mentioned on the 1.1.1. Sorry, so even the 1.1.10 capacity store upload what are we?
Okay, understood. Last question from our answer, in terms of the current, I would like to ask if you can specify what specific current provider you using for this. Since you mentioned a while ago that it's already settled in. Or is it not?
Which one's the one? That's one the brand that we're using right now. So that is good.
In what context, right? Being asked for 9 here.
Not really any lines as
Outside, so it is something more general,
Yes.
question. May I ask if there is a difference? If, let's say that we can use this Amazon or if we can use some other cloud provider. Any difference in style of those?
Yes, sir. Technically, it would help us understand what the current provider is. It's a big help for us to understand. Kasi if it's the same provider, definitely much lesser, or there's seamless transition for that specific provider. If it's a different provider, kasi there will be some transition of the data that might incur additional costs.
Okay. Is it public risk question? Alam naman ng mga tao that is supposed.
The current provider brand is Linux.
That will be both.
Okay, no more questions then. So I'll see you alphabetical.
Next po is from Rodetta Tech. No question. Next po from Cloud Valley. You have entry. Last one from First Data Farm.
I just have one question about the certification for it's under section B. So is there any specific certifications or acceptable for the cloud solutions next week? Again, sir. What are the specific certifications sir, are acceptable for the for speed cloud solution expert? It's under section BPDS 0.1. Yung cloud expert certification, what are you looking for? There's no specific certification on it, as long as it's from the manufacturer, right? Or the cloud provider. So the solution that you are providing, dapat magbigay manufacturer niya or mas legal whoever the authority or opposition authority must certify that the expert who are providing us is an expert in that solution. As a based on requirements. So we do not accept the self-certificate. Right? That's all done. Thank you.
Sige, any last questions? If go.
I've heard this earlier in SLC sa kwento ko, wala. Alis lang sa narinig masyado kanina eh.
Walang attachment yun, pero dapat match yung total value of standing ganda. The CC of
Right, just make sure that the additions actually add up, the horizontal, vertical. Add up, kasi magkakaroon ng problema dyan. So, ay, establishing the responsiveness. Okay. And if there is nothing else, again, this is not the last time you can ask questions. You have until August 6th, which is 2 days from now. If you email, if you have other questions, clarifications, pakipadala. If wala anything beyond that specified period sa 5 p.m. kung 5:01 p.m. na po namin yung tatangkoy. Pwede namin i-consider for supplemental basta wala po kami different sa sarili. So, yun lang po yung sa email. I would like to remind all the bidders, prospective bidders, na meron po tayong first tignan lahat ng mga bid and it's input natin. So we cannot accept usually natin namin sa bid value. So we send monitor and which one. So please note the date of submission, that is relatively late in the morning, but all the same, given the allowances for traffic, we will require to submit it earlier than that, so that we do not have any issues with the recording of the time. So again, we'll take Twitter for the opening of this. So if there is nothing else, thank you so much for showing interest. We hope and that is the actual opening of this. And yes, so thank you.
and we also email me.
we need to address, especially background for the next pattern.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and to our prospective readers. So, again, we are live at our YouTube page, that is our YouTube page, and we are operating within Seventh Forum, which was established earlier. So for our prospective readers, Mr. Vice Chair, we have three. First, from ES Builders, Mr. John Kenneth Mangan. Oh, I said, started. And again, we have from Structure Invest, same group, and from NCR Builders. Okay, so since we have a new player, sir, this is your first time joining the view of the treasury. And nakaka-join ka naman sa other government. First time.
Anong tanong ba isa pa?
Okay, so, but you have read the invitation and this, the technical specifications sa website, sa pages. One thing. Sir, to proceed.
Okay.
Okay, so to start off, so I'll discuss first the building documents and specifications, and then we'll give you time to ask questions. Also same for MCR and structure events. So, ma'am sir, yung mga nasa bid bulletin natin na naka-informal yung data namin. But again, we also time for you to ask questions. Okay, so let's proceed for the invitation to bid. So this project is to current appropriations in the amount of 9 million pesos based the approved budget for the contract to payments under the contract that supply of labor, materials, tools, and professional supervision for the repainting of exterior walls, including window frames and false doors, basement parts, walls, and ceiling of the. So this is a rebate with the project identification number 80B19/2026. The bids received in excess of ABC shall be automatically rejected for bid. So the BTR now invite bids for the project to be delivered within 180 calendar days and on receipt of notice to proceed. Bidders should have completed within 5 years of the execution of receipt of bids. Contract similar to the project. The description of an eligible bidder is contained in the bidding document. The bidding will be conducted through competitive bidding procedure using a non-discretionary pass-rate criteria as specified for IRR service. So a complete set of bidding documents is already available last July 27, 2026. And should you wish to join or signify your interest in submitting bids, you must pay the applicable fees for the bidding documents pursuant to the latest legislation, which will be in the amount of 10,000 pesos. So today is our pre-bidding conference, and bids must be duly received by the Bids and Awards Committee Secretary through manual submission at the Bureau of the Treasury ground floor lobby area. Ayan sa mga building. So sa ground floor po tayo dun sa guard area, dun yung bid box, dun po kayo mag-drop as a push. So our deadline for the submission is on or before 12 p.m. 12 noon. Late bids shall not be accepted. And the opening of bids will commence on the same day at 1:30 p.m. at the Legazpi Conference Room, third floor. So again, the procurement activities of the BTR is live stream and can be viewed at the YouTube account of Bureau of the Treasury. The BTR back reserves the right to reject any and all bids, declare failure of bidding, or not award the contract at any time prior to contract award in accordance with section 70 of Part 8 without incurring any liability that affected the scheme. So far, our schedule. So kung meron po kayong questions, clarifications, you may write to the back secretariat. Email it to our official email back@treasury.gov.ph until August 6. So only written clarifications will be at 30. So anything beyond August 6, we no longer need to address. So yung mga changes, kapag po it will affect the specifications or the bidding documents, It will be reflected in the Bibliography and will be posted on August 10, 2026 to the VITA website, Biljets, and conspicuous list of the GDRU. So again, deadline for submission August 17 at 12 noon and opening will commence at 1:30 p.m. So let's proceed to the big read. Ito sir, Sir John Kenneth, ito ang babasahin mo, city ko. Okay, for the 5.2, sorry, 5.4. The bidder's single largest completed contract similar to the contract to be bid should have been completed within 5 years. So within 2021 to 2026, dapat meron kang project na completed at least amounting to 50% of the EPC. In this case, our EPC is 9 million, so at least 4.5 million single project completed. Within the years 2021 to 2026, meron pa ba?
Sa tuong.
Kahit private.
Ano?
Meron. So for this purpose, contract similar to the project, shall refer to building, repainting, or painting work. So yan dapat yung nature ng project. Okay, so again, subcontracting is not allowed. For the procuring entities address, for the ceiling and parking of this purpose, bids and awards committee secretary, to the treasurer, against the entered. Okay, so, we have two envelopes. First, bid envelope is for the technical envelope. Shall contain the following technical documents, including the eligibility documents. So, ito lang yung laman ng technical envelope.
So, ilang envelope lahat?
Personally, po na. Diligent certificate of registration, platinum membership, statement of single largest completed contract. So dito sa statement of single largest completed contract, one project equal to 50% at least of the ABC with supporting documents. Ano yung supporting documents? Such as but not limited to purchase order, contract, notice of award, notice to proceed, collection receipt, visual receipt, certificate of satisfactory performance and acceptance. Next, letter C, statement of ongoing government and private contracts including contracts awarded but not yet started. So ito, lahat ng contracts mo, related or not, nag-umpisa na o natapos na or ongoing pa ilalagay mo dito. Wala na itong supporting documents, list lang ito. Just need the total value of standing fund. Next, NFCC computation or committed line of credit. Should you wish to use NFCC, the bidder shall submit together with the bid the latest audited financial statement submitted or acknowledged by the BFR. If committed line of bakit kailangan audited financial statements, NFCC computation kasi nakalagay dito kung anong basis ng current assets and liabilities yung ginagawa mo. So if current asset, dapat 2025 audited financial statement. If committed line of credit, it must be at least equal to 10% of the ABC. If applicable, joint venture agreement or in absence of the JV, duly notarized agreements of all potential JV partners stating that they will enter into and abide by the provisions of the JV in the event that the bid is successful. For bid security, it covers forms and amounts in accordance with ITB plus 16. For the omnibus rights statement for corporation, bidder shall attach the signed and duly notarized sworn affidavit of eligibility on beneficial. Ma'am, alam niyo na kung ano ito. Nasabi namin na ito. Okay. So, meron din tayong form na naka-unfit as well. Next, conformity with section 6 schedule of requirements. And last, conformity with section 7, the technical specifications. So those are the documents inside the technical envelope. For the second bid envelope, we have the financial shall contain the following financial documents. Bid form, which includes the bid price and price schedule in accordance with ITB clause 13 point. Again, our EBC is 9 million pesos. Payments shall be made in Philippine peso and bids will be valid for 120 calendar days from May through 20. The bid security shall be in the form of an authorized bid security declaration and in the following forms and amounts. The amount of not less than 180,000 pesos to 2% of the ABC if bid security is in cashier's check or manager's check. Amount of not less than 450,000 at 5% of the ABC if bid security is in bank draft guarantee revocable letter of credit for credit. Okay, so the bid security shall be valid until December 15. Next, ITB class A2. Bidder shall submit original and copy one of the technical and financial envelope. But sir, meron na. Original and copy one, so we have 2 copies. For city and marketing bids, different to Annex 3. So for our illustration, this is the mother envelope tagged as bid. So yan po yung pangalan ng committee, project title, name of bidder, and bidder. Do not open before August 17, 12 noon. So, inside we have for the original copy, technical component and financial component, and another set, copy one, another technical component and financial component, all of them will be inside this mother entry. So, yun po yung set of copies na dapat ninyong submit. The address for the submission of bids again is the ground level or ground floor lobby area of the internet report. Let's proceed to section 6. Ito po kasama itong isa-submit. Section 6, schedule of performance. This is part of the checklist na nandun sa bid data sheet. For their compliance, it will just sign on the lower part of the document, affix the signature of the authorized representative, the company, and so to be delivered within 180 calendar days from receipt notice. Next, for technical specifications, so naka-reflect na dito yung mga nasa bid bulletin natin. So bidder statement of compliance, or should you have been under offer. So statement of compliance, and again, we'll give the word file. Para hindi na po kayo magsulat. Madali na. Itong file itong video. So mamaya po i-discuss ng end user yung other requirements in business compliance. So comply lang po dyan sa mga blank spaces na yan. And again, to sum it up, you have to fix the signature of the author. So for the forms, this will serve as your guide. So for the bid form, ito po yung laman ng financial envelope. Signed by the authorized representative. Ang attachment na is yung breakdown of price samples for price schedule for goods offered from within the Philippines or offered from abroad. Next. Contract template for the new bidder. Sign and to notarize. Next, omnibus statement with the new provision on the beneficial ownership percent. Just have to select which is applicable to you. So select one to do this. Sign and duly notarized. We have the form of bid security, which is the bid security declaration. Please ensure the correct project identification number, signed and duly notarized. And we have the sort affidavit of eligibility and beneficial. So for corporation, kailangan niyo po itong submit as a new requirement under the article. Signed and duly notarized. So it is sabi ko Sir John Gavin. For the statement of single largest completed report. Lalagyan mo dyan yung details and may supporting documents ito. For the second, statement of ongoing award to the not yet started, we just need the list. May it be government or private, going, completed, or similar, not similar. Again, sum of the value of outstanding contracts. Yung value of outstanding contracts na yan, makikita natin dito sa next document, which is the NS6. The net computation of net financial contracting capacity, ma'am, ito na po yung format. So you will use, all of you will use this, indicate the business name, business address, and the EBC. So the bidder must submit a computation of the NFCC with this format. Using current assets minus current liabilities times the multiplier K. Minus the total value of outstanding or outstanding contracts. So ayan. The NFCC should then be equal or more than 8. And that's it, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, again, no, reminder sa is yung lahat ng forms na linugyan, pinasent ang aming concept, yung gagamitin mo. Any deviation, mali-disqualify kayo. So, so sa leaders. So, and yung sa NHCC, kung NHCC gagamitin nyo, ang natin ng batas is audited FS submitted to BIR. Yung submitted to PhilGems, hindi namin yung tatanggapin. Yung sinabit nyo, pinawa nyo, sinabit during the opening of bids na hindi submitted to BIR, hindi rin namin yung tatanggapin, namin disqualify kayo. So, ibig sabihin ng submitted to BIR, merong proof, hanapan namin ng proof kung submitted na talaga ito sa BIR. So, kung pinabit mo ng physical copy ng FS mo or manual, so hanapan namin receipt, stamp receipt kung sa document, and then hindi mo ito na submission, hahanapan din ang fruit na nagsubmit sa BIR. Kasi yung requirement ng batas po, na submitted to BIR. So kung tinuro nyo sa amin, ayun, meron kami sa PhilGems naman, dating na kami, submitted to PhilGems yun. Sabi ng batas, submitted to BIR. So yun ang namin. So, and take note of the material dates, no? Especially yung supplemental date, nakalagay na doon kung kailan. Kung na yung mapaguhin. So, kung meron kayong mag-miss, hindi yung kasalanan ng procuring entity, hindi lang namin kasalanan, responsibilidad yan ng mga buildings. Okay, so meron ba kayong gustong linawin dun sa ating big-docs na pinasent ng ating boxer? Kung meron kayong gustong tanong, tanong nyo na ngayon kasi wala nang tanong na hindi daw
Yes.
Gusto ko sa last time yung pinag-usapan. Yung big-docs mo,
Hindi na po. It was agreed nakaraan yung part of the resolution that the NCR started yung payment na
exempted na kayo sa pagbabayad.
So si ano na lang po, if case gusto mag-join
Kasama
si Sir PS, si Sir John Kenner, he has to pay. Pero kayo po, wait.
Gagamitin yung lahat ng forms na pinasent ni Baxter kasi hindi nila ako yung kasama yung sa pinagyan.
Sir, we'll proceed. Kung may kasi, sige po.
yung sa performance security, nakarin ko sa
Performance or bid security?
Insecurity.
Bid security declaration. Eh, nasa pinota rin. Yan. Sa part of bid security.
It's hard, never ang security.
Kung yan ang pipiliin mo, motorized na yan. Pero please, the basic informations may wala kayo na. May mga options dyan sa data sheet page. Then yung mga options kung anong gusto
So
mo.
in security, maraming kang pwede. May mga options.
Page answer.
Usually yung ginagamit is notarized bid securing declaration kasi yung form na yon pipilapan mo lang tapos papirmahan mo sa authorized signatory ng kumpanya okay na yon. Kasi kung mag-surety ka, mukhang may babayaran kayo sa
Bayaran ng premium. And kung ano naman, cash man use check, magdala na sa premium. So, option ko lang capital.
Saan po for your dogs? Saan may release?
Dito po sa share natin. Kung gusto yun po, after this, I ask one disciplinary to guide you, para ituro lang sa'yo. Kasi meron ka pa naman hanggang opening para makapag-isip kung you want it.
Magkano yung bid natin dito? 10,000.
Our bill document space 10,000.
10,000. Non-refundable po ito ha.
Kaya sila hindi na magbabayad. Nag-join na sila ng
Nag-ano lang yung mga na-disqualify.
disqualified. But
Yung mga business.
there's the option of the foreign entity to have the way. But the committee decided na way. Question na po, sir?
And kung meron kang mga ano sa bid docs mo, meron kang operations, or amendments, dapat sabihin mo yun. I-authenticate mo or lagyan mo ng siya. Madi-disqualify ka kapag ka merong erasure tapos hindi mo ilagay ang dulo.
So each and every page has to be initial or alterations, initial. Let's proceed, sir, with the discussion. Would like
Okay.
to ask specifications, so that's why we're doing this.
Meron pa yata yung question.
Yes, boss, yes.
Yung sa surety fund, pwede mo bang i-enable? Kasi 4 months naman po
Kasi ma'am, yung validity po, di ba mababago po yung bid opening date natin. So, from the bid opening date, yun yung count ng 120 calendar days. Baka pwede magpagawa ka lang sa kanila ng supplement. Na babaguhin lang yung date ng validity mo. Kasi nga, nagbayad ka na eh. Sayang naman, pa-extend mo. Wala na po.
Baka makamaliit pa rin.
Yes.
Tigil na lang.
Number that is naka-goods po siya, kailangan ng load. Pwede na po siya sa one lab lang, tapos project title din yung command.
Kasi this would siya yung susunduhan. Since probably the Philippines will follow the pattern. Wala na po. Let's proceed, sir. Kung may maalala ka pa, then bago pa.
Bakit
With
na pagbago? Kasi
Oo.
kaya nagbago, talaga.
Pinagagawa pa kayo ng ano?
Nahihirapan.
Docs? Medyo ingatan nyo kasi baka.
Parang
Okay, so as a review, discuss natin na we'll discuss again the regular specifications. So we have Mr. Loren Hidalgo, Engineer Trust from the facilities maintenance.
the project by the with more materials, tools and professional supervision, prepared for exterior walls including window frames and wall stairs, based on carbon walls and ceiling laying them in the wheel. The primary objective of the project is to enhance the overall appearance, durability, and safety of the building building through the creative exterior facade and basement parking area. By applying high quality weather resistant paint, the project aims to protect the building's exterior from environmental damage, such as moisture, wind exposure, and general. This will help extend the lifespan of the structure by maintaining building strength. For the agency budget for the contract, 9 million pesos, inclusive of applicable grants. For the scope of work, general requirements, utilization of labor, materials, tools, and equipment, provision and project management supervision, provision and temporary holding area of materials, provision and site security, health, and safety requirements. For the project preparation, the building surface must be free of dust, dirt, oil, grease, and other foreign matter prior to the application of the base of pregnant paper. All paint and multi-hollow surfaces must also be scrubbed and prepared prior to that. The end user shall check or approve surface preparation prior to the application of this. Prepare all voids, risks, and cracks with suitable touching materials. The application for asphalt paint, elevation, application of one total estimate primer for all exterior walls and masonry and marine materials in Sunday Street. Application full course will be sold in top floor of the engineering paint for all exterior walls and laser line the window straight to this. In the basement area, application of one coat masonry primer for all walls and ceiling in the basement parking area. Application of full course will be sold in top floor, elastomeric paint for all walls and ceiling is area. Application of figure and light. Application of one coat with the primer for all the aluminum window frames, polished doors, radials, and weather displays. Division of two poles, dry and rain for all. Aluminum wheel frame, post doors, failures, motor systems. The application of silicon sealant to all windows at the facade and ayuntamiento building. Demobilization and clear on site. For the bid of one lease, plenary governments, organization, demobilization, one back. Provision and project management supervision, one back. Complete and temporary audit aircraft, also one back. Provision and site security, health and safety programs, one back. Removal of oil drains, concrete plaster, contamination, and material repairs on all the complex surface, the thousands of channel for square meter. Surface temporary living used to replace 9,800 or please person. Repair of all noticeable cracks and without. Repair of roads. Application of road overlaps and maintain civil wall 2,000 for square meter. Basement parking area was ceiling and column doors, including general receptacle. The overall mechanical control, plant control, the activities, starting area and master area. 1,567. Creation of filter and mail, aluminum window frames across 448 square meter. False doors 400 meters per meter, rear doors 50 square meter. Bollocks and chains 50 square meter. The application of sealant for all windows set of 8 meter will be 2,768 meter. There was standing requirements and windows compliance. The contractor or bidder must definitely for at least 3 years of continuous existence. Contractor is unsatisfactory only with a single or a similar conduct for the past 5 years with an amount of at least 50% of that payments. There was a similar contract, building paid in the buildings. The contractors and village personnel, the contractor must provide a list of 3 project personnel to estimate for a project, which should be 1 project in charge, registered with licensed civil engineer or architect with at least 3 years of experience. One safety officer from at least 3 years experience in construction safety management, with construction occupation safety and health training from an accredited center by the Department of Internal. One construction foreman for at least 2 years experience in construction safety. It was a new regulation. At least 10 laborers for at least 3 years of experience in paint laborers as a person in the building. Contractors or leaders personnel laborers must be provided with HRA requirements ID, working inside the premises of the industry. The contractor shall be solely exclusively responsible for any asphalt, meantime of province and province in laborers. Lifting alcoholic beverages, taking regulated or prohibited drugs, smoking while performing as estimated prohibited. The contractor shall be responsible in the discipline and administration of province, employees and laborers, and shall conform to existing labor laws and living rules and regulations. The labor shall be liable for the safety of one person or laborers. Maker shall not be responsible for any injuries and damages to properties taken areas with the project in. For project implementation, the way bidder submit program of work containing timeline of activities, mobilization to the demobilization and work for the service. The winning bidder shall be responsible for applying for necessary permits or licenses needed for the implementation of the project. The contractor shall provide warnings and this project signing board with contractor's project. The contractor shall coordinate effectively on the execution works and also secure approval of the higher date in the request for inspection. The contractor shall submit a statement of work punishment as a requirement on the request. Contractor shall submit weekly progress reports with attached progress folders later. The contractor shall provide a delivery receipt or list of all materials providing several implemented including the list of equipment members. The contractor shall turn over the pending all the adjust employees consumption items included in DOT. On the duration, the project is to be completed within 1 year delivered dates from the issuance of notice to proceed. For the terms of payment schedule, first payment 25%, on verification and validation, the submitted statement work accomplished provides 25%. For the second payment, 3%, equivalent to 75%. For the last payment is 25%. Payment shall be subject to retention money to by at least 1% of the monthly The media shall release a total retention money to the contractor upon final acceptance of the project by the government. For the project, while the guide on its workmanship and the text of materials used shall be covered in the previous period. Warranty period shall start on the day of issuance of the certificate of final completion and acceptance issued by the end user. For the contractor's working hours, location, or exterior walls, building roads, bollards and chains, aluminum window frames and closed doors, there shall be no time restriction applicable to the contractor's performance unless otherwise expressly specified by the end user. Replacement parking level was ceiling and column doors. All normal or regular days installation shall be performed after office hours, 5 p.m. to 5 a.m., except weekends and holidays. For other requirements, the documentation of segmentation report as part of the attachment or the billing. It must indicate the location, coverage, percentage of total completion, photograph the rates done prior to the event of the event. Project site survey, leaders are encouraged to involve site survey and the implemented building is in place of the leader will provide of the necessary assessment to the purpose of the project. Currently, achievement includes the really contractor warrants that has been given or promised to give any money or gift to any officer or employee of the BCR or any member of the regional committee, top secretary or legal utilities police. Sign unless otherwise expressly stipulated or prior written approval, the BPR is secured this conduct of any portion thereof shall not be consigned or subject to the of the requirements. That's not for the time class basically.
Okay.
Ay, okay yung namin, alam mo yung gusto kong itanong, clarify sa akin. Ay, sir, with respect to that POR na sa dalawa nating leader, wala tayong ginamit yan.
And
Parang
yung sa Bidbole, sir, reflector officer, yung passage. Tama ba? Or wrong? And ma'am, kayo. Sir, Cal. You have the floor. Yes, sir. So, medyo nagulan ko paano kung
pwede
bakit.
naman humingi ng tabi niya.
And you have, wala kang questions na kaya. Ayun, ma'am. Sige, sir. Kung sakaling napag-isip ba nila, sir, they still have Friday. Ay, Thursday, Thursday, to make written clarifications.
Okay, hanggang August 6. So sa leader natin, pwede kami humingi ng open technical specialist. Review, kung meron kayong gusto kong clarify. Gawin nyo na sa August 6 hanggang 8. Hanggang 5. Yeah.
And sir, reminder po namin, we encourage sana yung site inspection, pero hindi naman siya mandatory. Kung gusto niyo po makita yung building, makita yung sa web. Sabi po namin, just give us a call, or gusto niyo po ngayon. Para makita niyo lang yung basa
Kita nyo na.
kung saan yung development.
And yung basement din ako sa
Parking cost. Hindi po, yeah, with that, kung wala kayong questions, sir, and enjoy po namin kayo, August 6 to separate the clarification. And, may number po kami dyan, so we wish to come back on site inspection. Again, ang clarification natin hanggang 6 lang, at ang bid bulletin ay hanggang. Okay. Number further instructions from the secretary of the service.
Okay, so we're done with the project. Thank you sa ating mga investment. At
Pero yung mag-aamal siya.
pwede. Pero baka finances, okay lang na.
Thank you po. Yung kasi email namin sa insurance. Sila may email niya. No? May email may word file, the file para hindi pa kami hirapan sa Nandito lang ako.
Bid of income.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Next.
Okay, so good afternoon. We are down to our last project for this procurement activities of the Bureau of Treasury. So again, we are operating at the same set of forum which was established earlier. And for this project, for the procurement of maintenance agreement and support services for various ICT equipment for the National Registry of Scriptless Securities of the Bureau of the Treasury. Project identification number IPB 20-2026-G. We have our prospective bidder from Integrated Computer Systems Incorporated, Ms. Maya Desulan. Good afternoon, ma'am. So I proceed, Mr. Chair. So for this project, this is under the current appropriation and considering appropriation in the amount of the ABC of 3,600,000 pesos for the procurement of maintenance agreement and support services provided ICT for the National Registry of Scripted Securities or NROS of the Bureau of the Treasury. So the bidder now invites bids for the project to be delivered within 7 months upon receipt of notice to proceed. So the bidder should have completed at least within 5 years from the date of bid submission. Should have been completed a contract similar to the project. So restriction will be discussed. The bidding will be conducted through competitive bidding procedure using a non-discretionary factor. Bidding specified the bidding documents fee for this project is in the amount of 5,000. Okay, so our deadline for submission is August 17 at 1 p.m. As far as this, procedure natin na yan for the exclusive. And the opening will commence the same year. Please be reminded also that our activities is live streaming by our YouTube account to hear. So the bidder back reserves the right to remain any motives if you have paid your biddings or not award the contract not award in accordance with section 7.507 without incurring any liability to the affected bidder. So for our schedule, so we have until August 6 to make written clarifications to the back to our official email back@treasury.gov.ph. And after which, a supplemental bid bulletin will be issued for Meron month, August 10, 2026. This will be posted on our website and Pinjet and will be emailed directly to you or to other prospective bidders. So for the submission and receipt of bids, again, it will be on August 17th. Deadline 1 p.m. and opening will commence right after 2:30 p.m. Okay, so for our bid data sheet for ITP class 5.4, the description of a similar contract shall refer to supply and installation of enterprise server and storage or maintenance of enterprise server and storage. Meron naman ganito or yes, so vast list of projects. For the sealing and marking of bids for 10.1, sorry, for sealing and marking. So these are the components of the technical envelope. So we have the field chef certificate of registration, platinum membership. You may also attach your access for verification. And next statement of singular is completed contract with supporting documents. Next statement of all its involving government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not started. So this complete up with the total value of outstanding contract. NFC calculation certificates and lang since our prospect leader is quite familiar with our procedures. Okay, so for bid security, Joint venture kung meron man at kung wala, duly notarized statements of all potential JV partners. Bid security, omnibus law statement with the provision for beneficial ownership, conformity with sections 6 and 7 with additional requirements with respect to specific uses. And for the financial envelope, we have the bid form, the price schedule, where goods offered from Philippines or from. For bid security, 16.1, it shall be the form of an authorized bid security declaration or should you wish to use any of the following forms. And the bid validity of the bid security is until December 15, 2026. Item clause 18, the bidder shall submit original and copy one of the technical financial components of it. The illustration, ito magiging part ng bid will be doon the following. So seating, lining, bids. So we'll have original and copy one, the technical financial. Okay, so reminder for the submission. Will be at the ground floor lobby area of the International Building and opening the meeting at the third floor of the platform. Section 6 scheduling requirements to be completed within 7 months from receipt of notice to proceed. Section signature here on the lower part of the law. And for section 7, so from time and from flooding. With the latest statement of compliance after operating products. And on the final page, actually have the signature or the authorized. And for the forms, so in the formal state, as discussed previously, the big form. With attachment, the price given for goods offered to the deliverable goods from the card. Contract template for the delivery. Next, omnibus law statement with the provision on the benefit of clause 7. Signed and duly notarized. And with security declaration as a part of bid security sign. And for the template, the rules for minutes received, I'm sorry, for an affidavit of eligibility by a visitor, so. It was it's a new requirement under article 0. Signed of the interest. Next. First, we're familiar with this, SMCC format. Stated upon volume of article not yet started from transfer. And NFCC. Right? So, we have the, let me show this, there's a technical decision.
Okay, so I understand in multipliers. As section 6, the usual things and the outside. Or I think they see that expected.
For technical specifications,
That's what.
for technical specification, project title, procurement of maintenance agreement and support services for various ICT equipment for the National Registry of Sleepless Securities of the Bureau of the Treasury. Description, the procurement of the maintenance renewal for hardware and software subscription licenses, including support services, ensures the sustained reliability and availability of the Bureau's critical ICT assets, such as servers, storage arrays, take-up autoloader, network switches, and firewalls. This renewal guarantees uninterrupted support, including essential updates, firmware upgrades, warranty coverage, and
manufacturer assistance, ensuring all covered assets remain fully operational and optimized. Agency budget for the contract, 3,600,000. Note, inclusive of 12% VAT, installation, delivery costs, and all other charges. Contract duration. The winning service provider shall provide support and maintenance services to the Bureau of the Treasury from the date of receipt of the notice to proceed until the expiration of the contract. Technical requirements. Part one, technical specifications, minimum specifications, maintenance license subscription and support service requirements. The following services must be included: comprehensive support services, remote problem diagnosis and support, on-site hardware support, replacement parts and materials, license renewal and software support. 1.2, hardware and software support, HT Take Care Essential Service with effective media retention, Fortinet, FortiCare Premium Support. On-site technical engineer, one on-site technical engineer, at least 3 years of relevant work experience handling servers and storage. Must submit updated curriculum vitae of technical engineer, end-to-end full hardware support for all physical and virtual infrastructure components of NROS application. Coordinate with supplier for repair of NROS equipment under warranties, hardware and software installation or updates, network installation and monitoring, on-site hands and feet support for application and database related activities, working in coordination with the designated application/database support provider. Any technical support that may be assigned by SAT related to NROS. On-site technical engineer must submit monthly accomplishment report and quarterly infrastructure report. Support schedule. For on-site Mondays to Fridays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. In case of unscheduled absence, the supplier will provide a replacement engineer. Support requests received beyond the office hours, as well as requests requiring work during weekends and holidays, shall be accommodated on a case-to-case basis, subject to the nature, urgency, and operational requirements of the request. The service provider shall ensure the availability of qualified personnel to respond to critical incidents and urgent support requirements outside regular office hours when necessary. Any detected incidents, alerts, or service disruption that may impact operations shall be promptly reported and addressed in accordance with the agreed service levels and escalation procedures. Additional features: access to a knowledge-based portal, including technical documentation, product manuals, knowledge articles, release notes, security advisories, and software updates, including the support portal. Notification for end of life and end of support for all included hardware. Proactive advisories, security vulnerabilities, software updates, patches, product enhancements, feature releases, end of support announcements, and recommendations for capability improvements. Provision of patches, bug fixes, security updates, and hardware/software updates. Support for bug fixes, security updates, and hardware/software updates and/or upgrades. Hardware and software term alignment. All hardware and software subscription license must have a common end date, quarter of March 31, 2027. Replacement parts and warranty. Replacement parts and materials must be brand new and delivered within 24 hours upon notification and acknowledgement of a reported hardware issue. All All warranty parts must be of equal or better quality and the same brand as originally provided. Availability and response time. Support availability. 24 hours by 7 days supporting including holidays. Response time for telephone, SMS, or email support. Maximum of 1 hour response time from the time of receipt of request for support. On-site support response time. In case virtual remote support phone, email to not solve the problem. Within Metro Manila, maximum of 4 hours. Outside Metro Manila, next business day. Reports and documentation. Provide quarterly health check report. Submit a service report. List of existing hardware and software to be covered. See Annex A. Part 2. Bidders compliance. Statement of bidders' existence and experience. The bidder must submit a certification issued by the manufacturer or its authorized distributor stating that the bidder is authorized to bid, sell, install, support, and maintain the products being offered. The certification shall also expressly state that the manufacturer or its authorized distributor shall extend direct technical support to the end user for the products offered throughout the duration of the contract. If the certification is issued by an authorized distributor, the bidder shall also submit a certification from the manufacturer acknowledging the distributor as partner of the product being offered. The bidder must submit a notarized sworn certification stating that it has continuously operated in the Philippines as an IT company for the past 5 years. The bidder must submit any one of the following documentary evidence as proof that it has been operating as an IT company. SEC certificate of registration, company profile, client certification. The bidder must have at least 2 certified experts for each of the following products: HPE server, HPE storage, Aruba soft switch, Fortinet firewall. Must submit the corresponding technical certification for each certified expert issued by the manufacturer or distributor as proof of certification. The bidder must have completed a single largest contract similar to the project to be bid, equivalent to at least 50% of the ABC within the last 5 years. Similar projects are those related to supply and installation of enterprise server and storage or maintenance of enterprise server and storage. The bidder must have 1 similar completed contract within the last 5 years. Joint venture not allowed. All certifications must be submitted along with bid documents. Other conditions and requirements. Mode of payment. Payment shall be made in milestone payment. Processing of payment shall occur upon the complete delivery, inspection, and acceptance of each milestone. Submission of billing, invoice with statement, and certificate of acceptance and/or completion within 5 days after the end of each milestone period. Schedule of milestone. Milestone 1. Implementation activity. Amount 15% of the total awarded contract price. Period 30 calendar days after issuance. Deliverables. Organize kick-off meeting, submission of inception report, activation of the new warranty for HPE servers, HPE storage arrays, Aruba switches, and Fortinet firewalls, and over of paper or electronic licenses, delivery receipt with cost breakdown of the items being delivered, submission of billing and invoice, submission of warranty certificate, submission of certificate of acceptance. Milestone 2, continuous support. Amount 40% of the total awarded contract price. Period 90 calendar days after milestone 1. Deliverables, submission of accomplishment report, submission of health check and infrastructure report, submission of billing and invoice, submission of certificate of acceptance. Milestone 3. Amount 45% of the total awarded contract price. Period. Upon completion of support and maintenance services, deliverables, submission of accomplishment report, submission of health check and infrastructure report, submission of billing and invoice, submission of final certificate of acceptance, submission certificate of completion. Submission of manual of operations for NROS. The total amount to be paid to the service provider must not exceed the awarded contract amount inclusive of value-added tax, all applicable taxes, and all other charges. Other conditions. All deliveries must be delivered to the Property and Supply Management Division under the following conditions. Proper coordination of the vendor with the Systems Administration Division prior to the delivery. No delivery shall be accommodated without the presence of detailed delivery receipt which identify the quantity, the name of the equipment / unit, serial numbers, and cost breakdown. Delivery receipts and invoice must be acknowledged and forwarded to the PSM. Non-graft clause. The winning supplier warrants that it has not given nor promised to give any money or gift to any officer or employee of the BPR or any member of the Bids and Awards Committee, back Secretariat, or TWG to secure this contract. That's all.
Okay, comments, questions, experts?
Kasi kung saan naman kami ng
Okay. Ano, accept, is something that we need to make available for all of the, all of the prospective bidders.
Upon newly added and moving upon the investment.
Yung issue na ng SBB, yun na kita share this ko. Since this is confidential,
Anong ibig sabihin nun?
Needed for conservative for modifications, not for everyone.
Okay, but the bidders, prospective bidders must get the information para makapaligid sila. Okay, sige. So why don't we do this? Right. So let us issue the bid bulletin. So by request, yung data. Okay, so but we will not submit, we will not provide wala sa mga request. Okay? Okay, bid bulletin.
And
Okay, if there's nothing else more, I think that you are very much needed to sa mga secure departments, so we will be good to see you in our video project, in our project, so anything other comments or questions, and then Thank you.